Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and it is first stream of August. Where has the year gone so far? All right, let's see who we have in the chat. We have Thomas Armstrong. This should eep. Hi, Thomas. Eep. We have Francois Plop. Hi, Francois. We have Kibbs with Retro. Will it explode? Follow us after the advertisement to know the answer. There were no advertisements in tonight's stream, so you'll only have to suffer through the YouTube inserted ones. Joe says, late. Oh, wait. Hi, Joe. Hi, Kibbs. Francois says, no, he'll be just in time. Yes, we have Gutbomb. Yo, hi, Gutbomb. Francois says, right on time, right on time. Yeah, I was trying to bring down the last of the regrets. Oops, I might have given away the second segment of the show, but you all probably knew that, so not a big surprise. Let's see here. We have Mike's Future Retro. Hi, Mike. Come on, everyone. Let's fix stuff. Francois Music Tunes. Let's fix again like we did all summer. Let's fix again. Geoham says, hopeful for another great regret like the one from Sunday's stream. Well, let me tell you, I almost made tonight's stream about that regret. But then I realized I would regret not looking at the 2SI, so it's a Mac stream. After Wheel of Regrets. We have Gutbomb. Yeah, I'm doing my best Mario impression. All right, it is August. I have a new goal. I don't know. Yeah, lumber for a new workbench. Because I'm getting tired of the stainless steel workbench. It's a ballpark estimate, so I haven't been to Lowe's this month yet. I'm sure I'll be to Lowe's within the next week. But anyways, yeah, link is in the description. All right, and before we get to Wheel of Regrets, I do need to do the Things You All Have Sent Me segment. So I had a letter in my mailbox today. I believe this comes from Jamie's Hack Shack. So let's go ahead and open up the letter without hopefully accidentally showing my address or his address. Oh, yep, I believe that is correct. All right, so what do we have here? So thank you, Jamie, for sending along some goodies. So Jamie had posted on social media that he had some stickers printed to go, because I think he was going to HackCon or one of those conferences. And I noticed that he had a K-Pro sticker and an MECC sticker. And I was like, hey, K-Pro and MECC, that's really cool. He said, would you like me to set aside a set for you? I was like, sure, that'd be great. So anyways, we have an MECC, Sun, and K-Pro. Very cool. We have a, let's see here. C-Tech Astronomy. If you've seen the movie, not Hackers. I see the movie in my brain. I don't know why I can't think of the title. Sneakers? I don't know. I'm probably getting it wrong. But anyways, there we go. C-Tech Astronomy. An anagram for Too Many Secrets. I like it with the Scrabble tiles. All right, just in time for Moss's 50th birthday, we have a moss sticker. Very cool. We have a... Kib says, lovely. I can't send a coffee as the phone containing my SIM once again burst itself. Oh, man. We have a Bell Laboratories sticker. Awesome. Hope you get your SIM card or cell phone issues sorted so you can use your cell phone. All right. Oh, we got a Propeller Makerspace, Columbus, Indiana. Very cool. Eat, Sleep, Solder. Raspberry Pi. Ooh, cool. Oh, hope I don't lose that one because it's kind of small. Raspberry Pi sticker. Got the Jamie's Hack Shack. Oh, I love it, Jamie. Like Radio Shack, but it's Hack Shack. I love it. We got a PBS, Weapon of Mass Instruction sticker. Very cool. MacGyver, School of Engineering. Duct tape, paperclip. Oh, and we've got a, uh-oh. Oh! I believe that's the Golden Girls, but with Kiss makeup. Thought you could fool me, but I'm pretty sure that's one of them's Betty White. Very cool. These are amazing stickers, Jamie. Thanks for sending them along. I will have to put these. Some of these will have to go on something other than my toolbox, but they will all go in a very cool place. Francois says paperclip, pay-per-view. Could be. Very, very nice. Thank you, Jamie, for sending a set of stickers. Yes, I will, actually, some of the clear ones may have to go on my car windows. All right, and now that you put up with me for things you all have sent me, it's time for the following.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Dustin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
All right, and while I was playing the intro, I see Callan joined. Hi, Callan. We have Hardware Hacker. Hi, Hardware Hacker. Kib says, yay, the phone is back alive. Yay! And Jean-Francois Parr. Hi, Jean-Francois. All right, so this first box comes to us from an eBay seller in Vermont. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Vermont. I had to decipher the handwriting. So this is I'm pretty sure this is an eBay purchase, despite the fact that it's one of the rare eBay purchases that has USPS retail postage on it. But I mean, I don't know. I won't judge. Maybe their printer decided to request yellow ink at just the wrong time for sending a black and white shipping label. Hardware Hacker says, I know what it is. Oh no, it's packing peanuts. It's a wild eep. It's packing peanuts. Oh wow, very very small and flattened packing peanuts. All right, will I be able to get this out of the box without spilling more than... Oh, there we go. Okay, I am hoping everything is in the box that was inside of it. I'm going to set the box aside in case I have to sort through it. But we have an add-on card. GeoHam says, they look like packing chiclets. Yeah. Oh. Oh, no. And here I was. I thought I got it onto my workbench without spilling packing peanuts. And, of course, they had to get stuck in the box flaps. Yeah, yeah, I think these are like packing Tic Tacs. They're so small. But what do we have here? We have the manual, hopefully. Cables. Headers. More headers. Ah, and the pièce de résistance. An Iici multi-controller card with two IDE channels. Look at that. It's got the wind bond chipset, so hopefully this will be a reliable card. Yeah, this one's pretty nice. And the fact that it has all the headers and the cables and the manual means that whenever I find a motherboard that supports two IDE channels in the BIOS, and it's got 16-bit slots, this is probably the card I'll be using. Anyways, I will definitely check the retro web to make sure if that card is listed, if it's got the instructions. And if no one's uploaded the instructions, fortunately, I can very easily scan this, and I'll make sure the retro web has them. Yeah, the whole shebang. And if they don't have a picture of the card, I will make sure to take a nice picture of the card. Heck, I might even take a picture of the box, because it looks pretty cool. At least maybe this side of the box. But, I mean, they may not post the picture of the box, but I'll at least take one and send it to them, because, I don't know, maybe they might like that sort of thing. Because it's not often that you get to see the box that some of the stuff shipped in. Anyways, alright, so, very cool. Yeah, I'll send them a picture of the box. Why not? Alright, so this next item comes to us from an eBay seller in California. So, hi to all my viewers and eBay sellers in California. The fact that this is a 15 by 15 by 3 box, Hardware Hacker says, don't forget the peanuts. Just kidding. Yeah, haha. The fact that this is a 15 by 15 by 3 box should probably be a clue as to what this might be. More peanuts. Joe says you should get a sponsorship from eBay. I don't know if eBay would actually want me to be their sponsor. With as many of my transactions that go wrong, I think they might politely decline. We're sorry, sir. You managed to find our worst sellers. We can't sponsor you. Harder Hacker says, I could join you, Justin. I buy a lot of stuff from them, too. Yeah. All right. Then again, who knows? Maybe eBay follows the policy of even bad transactions are good publicity when... Yeah, I could be their spokesperson for the eBay buyer protection policy. After all, the purchase I opened on Dave's stream, they completely forgot one of the items that was supposed to be in the box. Something tells me they probably put it in someone else's box. So someone in the world got a box of 5 1/4-inch floppy disks. Fortunately, they were supposed to be blank, so it's not like I was buying something that was potentially not archived. Francois asks, if you crush them, do you get packing peanut butter? Ugh. All right, and we have a 386 motherboard. And for those of you that are thinking that this board looks awfully familiar, you're right. I already have one of these motherboards. However, the one I have doesn't have the full amount of memory on it. This one does, though. So I did a foolish thing, and I bought this motherboard because it has 8 megabytes of DIP memory on it. Because that seemed logical. Yes, I will be removing the battery. In fact, maybe I should go ahead and remove the battery now, because it looks like it is starting to crust over. So let's go ahead and well, that's annoying. Why would I want to save the battery, Thomas? Are the batteries collectible? All right. We are going to go for the We're going to go for the desolder method to remove the battery, because I can't get my side cutters in between the battery and the board. Thomas Armstrong says, everyone saves the battery for their collection. I do not have an old battery collection. I guess I am violating one of the unspoken rules of retro collecting. I keep the bad chips just in case I find out that I made a mistake in testing, but I don't keep the bad batteries because I'm pretty sure I know how to work a voltmeter. After all, I've probably been using a voltmeter ever since I was, like, 10. I think Grandpa taught me early how to use a voltmeter so I could also be one that could test the batteries when something stops working. All right. There we go. So there's the battery. It actually had started to crust over on the negative side. So it is now off the board. In terms of battery damage, I think... All right, I am also going to go ahead... I'm not going to test this board, but I am going to go ahead and take some isopropyl alcohol to that part of the board, because I have isopropyl alcohol right here, and I will probably spill it later in the stream. I am enabling the spillage of the isopropyl alcohol. Thomas Armstrong says, I'm sure if I looked, I have cans of lead-based paint in the barn. All right, that is at least one thing I don't have, because this house is too new. Okay, I guess that's not a guarantee that someone couldn't have done something very stupid and brought lead-based paint cans into the house, but I'm fairly sure that by 2004, no one was bringing cans of lead-based paint into a house. All right. So this pad here is a bit green and crusty, but other than that, I don't see any signs of corrosion on this board, so it's just incredibly dusty. The good thing is, on the first one of these that I have, that I got in the PC at the swap meet, this slot was green, but that's not green, so I don't think I need to replace anything other than the keyboard connector. Although, no, it took a hit, so I'll have to replace it. Thomas Armstrong says, could use some flux and solder on it. Yeah. Oh, actually, you know, I think there is a... Oh, no, those are just vias. There's like 2 vias there that I'll probably refresh. I'm not going to refresh the solder tonight. I just wanted to mainly get the battery off and kind of clean the board to get anything that might be on the board in this area off. Because we'll look at this board sooner rather than later. Because I'm going to be at a swap meet in the DC area August 24th. And one of the 2 386 boards is on my list of things that I will probably have to swap meet to sell or trade. I only bought this board because it was cheaper to buy the board than the dip memory. Granted, I did gamble that all the memory's good. But it was cheaper to buy this board at, I think it was $75, than it would have been to have bought 8 megabytes of dip memory. So I will probably, because this board should be identical to the one that's in the computer already, I will probably just swap the boards. Do I have a 387 for it? I believe I do have a 387 for it. The other board has a 387 in it, so I'll probably what I will do, if this board works, I will probably take the 387 off the other board, put it in here, replace the keyboard socket, and then probably sell the other board with 4 megabytes of RAM on it. Yeah. So the 386 is the processor and the 387 is the math coprocessor. Joe says, $75? I could have bought a cheap modern PC and emulated that for less. Looks at his own eBay purchases. Never mind! Anyways, alright, nice 386 board. I'm kind of hoping that that's not a missing chip. I've got the other board like closer than you realize. Uh-oh. That could be a problem. Yeah, that chip is actually... Yeah, that actually is a chip that might be needed. Okay, so I may be attempting to read out a pal or a gal, and hopefully it's not write protected, or read protected. Because if it's read protected, then, we might be going to plan B. B for bad eBay purchase. B for I may be putting 4 megabytes of RAM on this board. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure there should be a chip there. I mean, I could be wrong. It is possible, given where that chip is, that maybe it's only needed if you're trying to use a 287. It is possible this board maybe didn't have it. I'll have to look at the retro web. Oh, you know, it might help if I look at versions. That's version 5.2. Oh, this is version 5.2. Yeah. B for buy another. I mean, maybe it's not actually used. Thomas Armstrong says it will work without the gal. Okay, maybe so. Anyways, we're not going to test it tonight because this is a Mac stream. Jean-Francois says, I can't blame anyone for unwise eBay purchases. Looks at 2 broken CRT monitors I bought the same week. Thomas Armstrong says, oh, yeah. Yeah. All right, so let's set those aside. I'm hoping that I don't cause a collapse of other stuff sitting beside me. And then we are going to go to... Hardware Hacker says I have 4 Mac IIsi, all from eBay. All right, so I'm going to save this box until last. All right, I had a box fall under my chair, so hold please while I grab the small tiny box. We'll go for that one. But after that one, and then we'll go to the last box, which, if I have calculated correctly, will be an item that some of you all have probably been wondering about for a week or 2, or 3 at this point. Hardware Hacker says 3, quote, untested Mac IIsi's, yes. Thomas Armstrong says, I have no Mac IIsi because my wife changed the PayPal settings to warn her. All right, well, this next item comes to us from another California seller. So, well, hi again to all my California sellers and viewers. I sometimes wonder what the postman thinks about all the boxes I get. Sometimes he even rings the doorbell and needs me to sign for them. So I will have to try to get to the post office before Thursday, because Thursday I'd like to get back to the Atari 1040 ST, but that'll require me to sign for a package because it got sent registered mail. Thomas Armstrong says, DVDs and Trident cards. I hope this is not DVDs and Trident cards. It is probably one of my more ill-advised purchases. Oh, from a Poland package. Oh, that reminds me, I need to try to find some Trident chips that I have floating around the basement somewhere. Because after Dave's stream last night, I went upstairs. Started watching someone's YouTube video. Started doing the laundry. Called my parents. Sniped an eBay auction, and then continued watching YouTube videos. Hardware Hackers says, watch it be something small surrounded by tons of bubble wrap. Thomas Armstrong says, an eBay regret comes under bubble wrap. Yes, it does. I would like to thank that eBay seller of the auction I sniped yesterday for shipping the items so quickly and even refunding $20 of shipping because, well, eBay calculated like $50 of shipping, and I was a bit suspect on that given it was only coming from Connecticut, but I suspect they probably, hopefully didn't ship it in a box like the last regret I opened on Dave's stream. That was too small. But anyways, we'll leave that surprise to its own video when it comes in. I mean, it is possible that Thursday's video might be that regret. It's possible I may do a last-minute stream when it comes in, just given how my last computer I bought on eBay went south. Although, technically, this is a computer. I was waiting for Gutbomb to say if that's a VIC-20, but maybe he sees the fan in the anti-static bag and realized that it would be an overclocked... Did I ever get that gateway working? No, I gotta get back to that, too. But we have... Because I like big single board computers, and I cannot lie, and that does not fit into the song. Oh, Gupom already said it. Oh, not Atari. No, this is not Atari. This is a single board computer. And I'm not sure if anyone can tell. PSBC. I don't know if anyone can tell from the size of the heatsink. Maybe I should put a hand in comparison. Thomas Armstrong says, keep an eye open for Atari PC-1 at swap meets. I also keep an eye open for Emerson computers, and that may or may not have been a clue to also what last night's computer was. Yes, you cannot get anything by Joe. Yes, this is a Pentium Pro single board computer. Jesse says, I'm just in time. Hi, Jesse, welcome. So, yes, we have a Pentium Pro single board computer because reasons. But the nice thing is it has the VRM. It's got the heatsink. It even has the fan cable here. And it has some insane amount of memory. And I don't have a backplane handy to test it right away. But anyways. No, it's a Pentium Pro. This is a Pentium Pro. Thomas says it's a 6502 in camo. Let me see if I can get the heatsink off. It's been, it's got thermal paste under it. I can tell just by how stuck it feels. Alright, so there's that. Oh, actually... There you go. If you had any doubts. It could be thermal glue. Yeah, I can't tell if it's just a very sticky thermal paste or if it's maybe been glued in place being a single board computer. So I'm not going to try to remove that before I test this. In fact, maybe I shouldn't try to remove it at all. It is a 200 megahertz processor with 256K of cache. So it has that going for it. And a lot of RAM. Kim says, what a sexy chip. Oh my. Now put her back. She's naked and YouTube doesn't like naked legs. Yeah, we put the chip back in place. Yes. Alright. Very cool CPU. Alright, we will test this later. This is a Mac stream. And that is why I think I have correctly calculated that this last item comes to us from an eBay seller Oh, wait, nope. I got one more box before the last one. Never mind. This next to last box comes to us from an eBay seller in Colorado. So hi to all my viewers and eBay sellers in Colorado. All right, and there we go. Move the packing slip, which means there we go. The obligatory, if there's a problem, let me know before you leave feedback note. All right. And I have, for a special project, I have memory. Because the memory I need that is on the qualified hardware list for the motherboard that this is for is very hard to find, but I found these on eBay, and the timings are almost close to the memory that is on the certified list, so I bought this set of 3 1 gigabyte memory modules. If I read the label right, these are 3338. 3338. I think these are DDR2 3338s. And the Corsair memory on the qualified hardware list is the platinum version, which, if I read the label right, is 3336 timing. So I'm hoping that these will work with that motherboard. At least 2 of them, because there's only 2 DIMM sockets. So, hey, I've got a spare memory module. Oh, well, actually, these are 3338s. This one's actually a 3448. So, hopefully these 2 work. Anyways, this is for the socket 939 motherboard that I bought to put in a horrendous looking case. Because I'm going to put 2 gigabytes of RAM in it because I can. Alright, and then finally, the box from an eBay seller in Connecticut. So, hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Connecticut. Shall we make memories, says Gibbs. Yes, we shall. Thomas says, I still use a Pentium 166 as my daily driver. You don't say, because the computer I opened on Dave's stream was a Pentium 166. That was very poorly packaged. Yeah. All right. It took the eBay seller like 2 weeks to ship this. Funny enough, I had to ask them 2 weeks after they said they would ship this. I had to ask them, did you ship it? I haven't seen a tracking number. And they said, yeah, we just shipped it. And that was translation for, you called our bluff, so we are going to the post office now. Because I'm pretty sure the post office scanned it after they told me that they had already shipped it. So this might be a clue as to what this was for, but we have... Oh, look! I didn't realize this was included, but we have an Apple microphone. And we have an ADB mouse. The tank style. And we have a Belkin brand ADB cable. Oh, probably because we have the Apple keyboard M0116. And Thomas Armstrong says, ew, retro bright. Well, this isn't as bad as it might seem. Oh, yeah, I guess it is kind of bad. It's not as bad as my SE30. But anyway, so you all are probably wondering, can we see... Well, there's the mouse. You are probably wondering, what does this go to? Well, this is the keyboard and the mouse that was pictured with the Performa 600 that I bought for the keyboard. And the seller tried to... I don't know what they tried to do. They shipped an Apple Keyboard II with it. Which... yeah, is not an Apple keyboard. Yes, so, anyways, that's the, yes, that's the keyboard that was pictured with the Performa 600. So there's the label, if anyone's wondering. There we go. Again, the keys, kind of dirty. But it's the style that has the caps lock down here and the control there, and I'm sure that will confuse me. But anyways, oh, underside of the mouse. I don't know that the mouse is necessarily as old as this keyboard. But yes, the Performa is back together again, even though this is the wrong keyboard. This is not the keyboard that would have shipped with the Performa, I'm pretty sure of it. This mouse might have shipped with that Performa. In fact, actually, the keyboard they first sent me was probably the one that shipped with the Performa. Yeah, the mouse needs new feet, yes. This is probably the mouse that originally shipped with that Performa. And the keyboard that they originally shipped is probably the one that was included with the Performa. But unfortunately, this is the keyboard they had pictured with the Performa. So I had to ask for what they pictured. Which is good, because the mouse they originally shipped me does not work. It is in my repair pile. Anyways, so now that we have gone through Wheel of Regrets in only 40 minutes, 35 to 40 minutes. All right, let me go set a few things aside. The keyboard I will keep handy. We'll actually test this keyboard on the IIsi. So I have, from a PCB manufacturer that is not a sponsor, I have some new boards for my IIsi's power supply. And I probably will have some extra boards, but I'm going to wait to declare that until after I put them together. But anyways, so on Dave's stream, Carter Hacker says, I prefer the one from Taiwan, black mouse ball with green PCB. That one is the one from Taiwan. So I ordered PCBs because the power supply in my IIsi is, at the moment, not repairable. It needs a new daughterboard PCB, and there is someone or some people working on a clone of that board. I don't know if, and someone has identified the components that go on that daughterboard, but they are not ready to release it to the world. So therefore, in order to continue troubleshooting my IIsi until I can rebuild the original power supply, or at least repair it, I ordered some PCBs that will let me use a Pico PSU along with a AC to DC power supply that mounts here. And this board fits in the original power supply case. And at least this will hopefully let me troubleshoot the board at least easier, because while a 2CI power supply does work, the problem is you have to mount it backwards, which makes it incredibly awkward to troubleshoot. So during Dave's stream, I soldered the surface mount components on a few of these boards. And then I'm probably going to go ahead and do that on the rest. And if I have spare boards, I will make an announcement on social media, and I'll probably see if anyone wants them at cost. Because this is no commercial open source design, so I'll have to sell them at cost. But let me make sure these even work, because I could put this together and test it and find out there's something wrong with the PCB because it was made wrong, and then it'd be a moot point. Could also be a moot point to repairing the 2SI at that point. But anyways, so I've gone ahead and installed the diode and the 2 resistors. I did that on Dave's stream. I figured I would wait for the transistor, the power connector, and then I gotta find the PCB to go steal this connector off of it. So if you're assembling one of these boards, if you order the connector that's on the bill of materials, there is a little notch on the side, and that lines up with that arrow. I believe that is pin 1 of the connector. I would have preferred if this had an extra silk screen mark of the box there, but whatever. And then this transistor goes here. Because I ordered these from a place where I couldn't get these components placed, so I had to hand solder those. So that's just a diode, and I think that's a 1K resistor, and that's a 10K resistor. And then this transistor is just 2N4401. An NPN transistor, and then this power connector is just a standard Molex ATX connector. Now, I have ordered a Pico PSU style power supply for this board and this, but I don't have them tonight. So we are going to test the 2SI I'm going to use just a standard ATX power supply, which, I mean, theoretically should work, because it gets plugged into AC power, and it generates all the same voltage as the Pico PSU. So, yeah, we'll do that. Because I guess if I find out that there's a problem with these boards, then, well, it'd probably be good to test it with the known working power supply. It was at least working during Dave's stream. All right. Where are the items I was looking for? Oh, I don't know what I did with them. Yes. Since I was going to be soldering, I was going to put my safety glasses on, but I apparently have misplaced them somewhere. That's annoying. Hold, please, while I look for my safety glasses. Justin is pulling a ski. Yes, I am. Alright, while I am looking for my safety glasses, please smash the like button if you like content like this. And if you're not subscribed, then subscribe and turn on notifications so YouTube knows when you like content, knows you like content like this. Oh, there we go. I found my safety glasses. And, yeah, hopefully the individuals working on the replica or the cloned PCBs for the 2SI power supply have those available soon because I'm going to keep the parts for mine so that I can try to build a new daughterboard, because I think it's got damage to the solder mask. And quite honestly, I would like to see if I can repair it. But at the moment, without being able to replace that board, I need to have something to power up the IIsi for troubleshooting. And as far as I could tell, this is the only IIsi power supply design available at the moment. Believe me, I have a few ideas that I would be tempted to make a design of my own and incorporate a few things that I wish this board did differently. Which is another reason I'm going to have to keep the original boards for my power supply, because this is a no derivatives licensed product. So I can't just like make the changes to this design and release that. I will have to just completely redraw a whole new board. Hardware Hacker says, not a serious question. Why are there no father or son boards? I don't know. I could take a guess, but I am not going to guess because I would probably be wrong. There we go. All right, we have an ATX connector. We have a transistor. I'm not going to install these headers. I don't know. Well, I know what this is for. I think that's for tapping into the voltage rails. I don't know what this header's for. All I know is that's apparently connected to 5 volts, and that last pin's connected to ground. That I do know, though, is where the power supply cable goes. So let me go find the PCB for the power supply, because we're going to have to desolder connector off of it. And I'll show you why I'm not trying to repair it until those PCBs are available. And then I will gladly try to repair my. Alright, I'm not sure where I put the daughter board. Probably floating around my bench. Alright. So this is the original power supply. I started to recap it on one of Dave's stream and then just about as quickly stopped. So those 2 caps are new. Hence why I put smiley faces on them. You will note that I have removed the daughter board. If I find it, I will show it to you, and you will see why I stopped recapping it. If I had removed the daughter board before replacing these caps, then I would have never opened the cap kit in the first place. But I do need to remove the wires for this connector. But before I do, I'm going to make sure that I have taken pictures of where all the wires go. I believe they are all labeled, but I'm not going to assume. I don't know if you'll recognize which YouTuber I copied by drawing smiley faces on them. Alright. So there's those two connectors. Alright. Anyways, I need to take the connector here off. Capcom says I do the smiley faces too. And then solder that to that connector there. And then this board should fit, so this is the original power supply case. This board should fit right in here. There we go. It will line up with the original screws. There's one. I think it sets on top of those tabs. I think. Yeah. So it should line up with 3 screws. That one there, and then 2 down here. So the wires for that connector solder there, and they slip through there, and then they'll exit there. With this design, there's where the Pico PSU goes. The AC to DC power supply goes here. The power connectors would be here. So you can reuse the power input. Now the power pass-through won't work, but that's fine. And then, yeah. So it will all fit in here nicely. So let me go ahead and take the power connector off. Yes, it is kind of like the reactive micro for the IIe. Yes, I would agree with that. So maybe one of these days I'll... Oh, yeah, so there's kind of where we're at on this power supply. Quite honestly, if I'm going to build one of the replacement daughter boards, I would probably, quite honestly, just order a set of the replacement main boards and just transfer components as well. Because that's pretty well corroded there from leaking capacitors. Because the thing is, I don't know if you could really tell, but part of this PCB is, it looks parched. Like the electrolyte sitting on the board has permanently discolored the substrate. And yeah, I don't know what I did with the daughter board. It's probably floating around my workbench somewhere. But anyways, I think I'm going to have to add some solder because of how crusty this solder is. In fact, I should probably just go ahead and flux it as well. So again, I've ordered the parts to completely build this, but they won't be in. But I still would like to test the design. So So I'm just going to use a standard ATX power supply tonight. And we'll see if we get any signs, any further life out of the IIsi. I think it was on one of Dave's streams. I did try to power it up with the ROM sim that Dave sent me. But I was having trouble getting it to stay powered on. But then again, I was using a power adapter that's wasn't guaranteed to work with the IIsi, so that's kind of what led me to order some of these boards. Wow, this solder is like really crusty. Thomas says, electricity is self-reminding when you assume. Yes, well, once I get the connector attached, I will check to make sure that nothing's shorted, both before and after I put the ATX power supply in the connector. Because if I did get the ATX connector on backwards, then I think we will have a voltage rail connected to ground, and I will granted, I am going to use a fairly new power supply that I believe has decent short circuit protection. So even if I did get something backwards, I'm fairly sure the power supply will cut out fairly quickly. So I'm not too worried. All right, so let's see which of these I got loose. Thomas Armstrong says, I'm happy power supplies have moved beyond vacuum tubes. Yes, I am too. And I am glad there's a number of people in the hobby that are trying to reproduce some of these boards that are prone to ill effects of time, so we can try to repair the computers. Because I'm trying to avoid buying a second IIsi to get one working, because I may or may not have done something yesterday for a different computer along that same line. Now you all are going to be searching the eBay auctions that ended recently to try to figure out what I might have bought. Hey, Sadmac, welcome. Alright, let's get some more solder. I don't know what the daughterboard does because there's no schematics for the power supply. I'm going to presume that the daughterboard is either for standby or the either for standby voltage or for power on, but I don't know for sure because there's no schematics. And all the components on the daughterboard are surface mounts, except for 2 electrolytic capacitors. And some of them don't have... Well, it's not like I'm going to be able to look at the surface mounts parts, and I don't remember if the IIsi has an egret chip or not. I want to say it does not. Because I want to say that the IIsi has its own soft power circuit, and then there was the 2CI and the 2CX, and then of course the Mac 2 and the 2VI and 2VX. And then I think sometime after that, then I think Apple had their egret chip. Thomas is asking, where's Steve when you have an egret question? I don't know. That would be an excellent Steve or... Or even DOSFox would probably know the answer to that one. Or not, no wait, DOSFox I think is working on something else. Hi, Robinson. I forget who was working on a reverse engineering the egret from a so you could program one of the Motorola microcontrollers to replace an egret, or maybe that was DOSFox working on that. There are so many people working on so many things that I have trouble keeping track of them all. I also know that the solder on this board is quite crusty and I am having trouble desoldering. Oh, it might also be because these wires have, I think these wires have a little metal end on the end of them that has a clip. It was used to hold them in place during probably wave soldering. I think the problem is, even if I get all the solder out, I kind of have to press the clip. yeah, coming back to that question, I want to say the 2SI does not have an egret chip because its soft power circuit works differently than some of the later Macs. I can't place exactly what's different, other than I think that's why the one power adapter I have may not work with the 2SI, is there's something slightly different with it. Even though, interestingly enough, you can use a 2CX or 2CI or one of those power supplies on it, and it works. I think those supplies might have I'm suspecting those supplies have the way of working with both schemes somehow. Or I misread the schematics on the 2SI. That is also possible. All right. Let's see here. I got 3 more wires. All right, 2 more wires. Sam X says I'm a cat bed now. Kapum says that's all we are to them, really. Jesse says, and grocery stores. Yeah. Hi, Jeremiah 420. Welcome. Long time no see. Sadmax says food dispensers. All right. Now, maybe one of these days, I'll get all these wires out of this board, which if it weren't for the fact that I'm not sure how much slack wire I need, I would probably already just cut the wires. Come on. Oh. Guess I'm mastering the art of off the screen apparently tonight. I may have to let the ends of this connector sit in flux or something for a few minutes. Something to deoxit them or something. Oh, they're not taking solder very well, which I think is also why I'm not able to desolder them very well. I think this connector was in electrolyte leak ground 0. There we go. Oh. There we go. I don't know what this is. I think it's a thermal fuse or something like that. All right, but I got the connector off. So I will also, the fish smell was real, folks. All right. Let's see here what I can do about soldering these wires. All right, so I've got the connector from the original power supply. And I've got this board here. So now, theoretically, I am going to find that on one side of this connector I should have a black, black, green, white, yellow. There we are. Black, black, green, white, yellow. And then on the other side we should have orange, red, 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 black. And I think I'm going to want to put this connector, these wires from this connector through here in the same order. Not that I think it'll matter much. Obviously I need to match colors, but just in case there's something special about some of these wires, I'm going to, well, that and to make them easier to put the connector in. All right, so let's start with those two wires. And I am going to use flux. Thomas Armstrong says, "My cat is watching the wires and walking in on the keyboard." Ah. There we go. That looks pretty good. All right, two wires down, and actually they look like they soldered fairly well. So I think think the secret to getting these to solder on is to use lots of flux. So the next one is green, white, yellow. Well, actually, all right. I think I may also just have to do these one at a time. Very well. All right, green. Okay. Well, that's nice. The colors are marked on both sides of the board. Very nice. White. Oh, I'm going to have to hold the wire in place because it doesn't want to stay. Come on, where's my... There it is. There we go. Hardware Hacker says, be right back, checking on my future eBay regrets. Awesome. All right, and there we go. One last wire for this side. Plenty of flux. The flux will bust the oxidation. All right, and there we go. There's those 5 wires in place. All right, so now let me detwist the plug. Let me see if I can't. Ooh, I can kind of smell a little bit of fish. Let's do red and let me see if I can get 2 in. So orange and red. Hardware Hacker says, yay, my bar open neon sign shipped. Cool. Kind of like the one Bruce has. There we go. Alright, there's 2 more wires. Alright, so let's see here. Red. Red. Black. There we go. Oh, cool. All right, so two of these, I don't like the way the solder joint looks, so I'm going to flux some more and reflow. This one here looks a bit lumpy. I think the rest of those look pretty good. All right. Oh, cool. I'll check that out later. All right, so now we have the original power connector soldered to the board. And now I'm going to clean the flux up. And then I'm going to do I'll check with the multimeter that I've got good continuity between each of the power pins and the ATX connector. Other than I think green, because I think green's the power on signal. Because that one's going to go through the transistor for sure. Also, 0 out of 5 dentists recommend using your board cleaning motorized toothbrush in your mouth. So do not do that. That would be gross. Hey, Will Junior 880, welcome. I'm just cleaning up the flux on the back of this board. There we go. That's probably good. There we go. And now, that is everything for tonight that I'm going to... Well, actually, that is all the soldering. I don't have the... I ordered a clone Pico PSU. I figured before I order an actual brand name Pico PSU, I'd at least order one of the clones to make sure this is going to work. Then I'll order one of the real ones so I have an actual real Pico PSU to float around projects. So, all right. So I'm going to check my soldering. Yeah, I don't have my Amazon order isn't delivered till tomorrow, but I won't have the Atari power supply stuff till I can get to the post office to sign for the package, which the soonest I can do that's tomorrow. Because it was the delivery attempt was today. So I was like, all right. So in that case, I guess we'll work on the IIsi and I can use an ATX power supply. Will I Pico? Well, I'm going to full-size ATX. But anyways, so I think, hopefully, there's enough slack in the wires. Yep. So it'll go in either like this or like this. I'll have to look at the IIsi board to remember how the power connector goes. But anyway, so there's that. But oh, first, before we full send, let's check to make sure we have. All right, so orange is, let's see, that's plus 12 volts. So that's going to be, I think, there. Yep, we got a good connection there. All right, so the next three are going to be 5 volts, 3.3, 3.3 ground, 5. Yep. 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 All right, then the next one is common ground. Yep, we got a good connection there. On the other side, we've got 2 more commons. Yep. And yep. And then we have I think that's going to be power on. So that's going to come through the transistor. Somewhere. Okay. I don't know exactly how that's working. All right. The next one, we'll skip that and we'll go to oh, that might actually be the power on one. I think that's power sense. Well, I don't know. All right. And then I think that's going to be standby right there. I don't remember which the standby pin is. All right. Well, anyways, we have enough. We have enough that are good. Will Jr. says the even smaller version is the Piccolo, less power draw too. All right. So it looks like ew. All right. Looks like I need to clean the metal parts, because that's electrolyte goo. That's going to cause a weird smell. Actually, why don't I just use the isopropyl alcohol? No, it was not really that hot on the East Coast today. It was... Will Jr. asks, do the more expensive caps smell like salmon when they leak? No. I was thinking of setting this power supply board down in this so that I had a something between the pins. All right. Well, that's better. And I think what I'll do is I'll spray some contact cleaner. get to the side of that screw that I can't really get with the toothbrush. There we go. All right. All right, so I think... Oh, let me actually go get the IIsi board. Hardware Hacker asks, now why did I just think of fruit gushers? I could not tell you. Although capacitor gushers are gross. Do not recommend. All right. Thomas Armstrong says, that looks like nicotine and cap sauce. I mean, it could be nicotine and cap sauce. Then again, the IIsi power supply was known for some downright atrociously leaking caps, so it could have also just been congealed electrolyte. There we go. All right, let me go grab the IIsi logic board because I need to figure out what direction that connector goes in. Because I don't remember. And it's backwards from other Macs. The good news is if I put it in backwards, nothing would happen. I wouldn't be able to plug it in. Okay. So, in the IIsi, this board goes like this. Yep, okay, so this needs to go in like so. So, should be like that, and hopefully this other side will. There we go. So now, there we go. Okay, let me put that together enough to... Alright, let me see if I can find the 3 screws that hold the PCB into the power supply. Theoretically, it's going to be the screws that I have 3 of. Theoretically. One of which, if I look at it, so I'll have to pull this apart to put the standoffs in the board for the power supply, but at least for testing this, just so I don't do anything bad. Yeah, I think there is isolation. I'll be able to confirm once I get the board in place. Oh, yeah, there's isolation. There's a, yeah, let me screw this in, and then I'll show you. There's a significant amount of space below this board. Yeah, hold on. Thomas Armstrong says the circuit breaker will handle the isolation. Well, don't say things like that, because I actually would accidentally trip the circuit breaker. I'm not exactly sure these are the 3 correct screws, but there we go. So we got the board. There is plenty of space. We are good. So now, this will fit in like so. I am going to have trouble inserting it because it's not complete, but there we go. It is, there we go. It is in the logic board connector. It looks like I could throw a small laptop SSD in there. Yeah, I probably could. All right, so I am also going to install the fan. Not that it's going to do anything for cooling, but because it'll be another thing I can see working. Actually, it's about the only thing I'll be able to see working. Oh, if anyone's wondering what power supply comes in the IIsi, yeah, it's probably not one of Sony's better things. Okay, so I'm going to use this ATX power supply here. It is a modern power supply and should have short circuit protection. It will plug in right there. The power will connect into the power supply. All right. And we will turn this on. And, all right. Carter Hacker says, congrats on no frame drops, by the way. Awesome. All right. 3, 2, 1. Um, hold on. Power supplies work better when they have power, right? Thomas says, need an LED on the PCB. Oh, 3, 2, 1. Forgot to plug it in, didn't I? Well, not this time. Let's see, we have power. A 1 and a 2 and a 1, 2, 3, 4. I have no idea why it didn't turn on before. Alright, some things I am noticing. There was no chime. I forgot to plug in the video cable. I need to find the video adapter, and I'm going to have to reconfigure it for sync on green. Alright, well, I kind of would like to have a chime because reasons. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized I have a ROM sim installed. Oh, wait a minute. ROMs. Hold on. Let me check the manual for the Rominator. I don't remember. All right, 2SI, insert a jumper for the ROM sim. Okay. So I have removed the ROM sim. Let's try again. Oh, wait a minute. I see something on the logic board that is concerning me. Hold, please. Oh, there is something on the logic board. It may just be dust. I can't tell what it is. Oh, it may just be dust. Let me spray some contact cleaner through the chip where I see it. Alright, it might have just been dust. Alright. Oh, I need to connect a monitor because with no chime, then I need another indicator of what the system is or is not doing. And I am not in some Macs may not power up without a monitor attached, so it's possible I need a monitor. The speaker is plugged in, but the speaker on the 2SI works by fingers touching pads on the bottom of the board, and due to repeated removal and insertions of the board, it may not be making good contact. I want my monitor. And now we are going to stop while I find the video adapter that I had. I thought I had it at some point during Dave's stream. But no, why would we have? I didn't have a Mac on my bench during day stream, so I'm looking for something that... Oh, I had it on my bench last week. Alright. I have 2 adapters. I just need to find one. I mean, the good thing is the soft power on circuit's working. The bad thing is I have... Oh, here it is. It was just underneath the RGB to HDMI. AirTags will not fit on the adapter. Alright, I gotta pull up the instructions for it because it's not configured for sync on green, and that is required... I believe that is required for a 2SI. It's in the last 7 days. Actually, I could probably search Tinker Different quicker than this. Alright, hold please. Alright. Oh, there we go. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Here we go. Alright, so I have the fancy one with 2 rows of 10 switches. Alright, and 4 sync on green, which I don't recommend unless your Mac requires it, and the 2SI's built-in video does require it. So I do need to set this for... Alright, A12B7. Which on this adapter is the only setting that is listed under the 2SI column. So my scaler is going to hate that resolution, but my multi-sync monitor will show it. All right. So adapter is plugged in. We'll zoom out. There you go. You can see the adapter. All right. So, all right. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I've got a gray screen on the... Oh, actually my scaler is cooperating. All right, so we have a... Well, that is actually not a gray screen. I think that is a white screen. I think that is a white screen of failure. So... We have a video signal, yes. Yes. All right, so let's put the ROM sim back in. Oh, I just realized I spilled the isopropyl alcohol. So, no world record on that tonight. All right, let me find a jumper. There's bound to be one floating around on my workbench. pun intended. Oh, there's a bag of tantalum capacitors. Excellent. This will be handy for an IBM PC. Oh, there we go. I mean, it is a sign of life, yes, but it's not a very good sign of life. Because it means that I think it means that nothing has initialized the onboard video. Or possibly done much of anything. Right, so I am putting the jumper on. So jumper W1 is, I believe, the ROM sim jumper. So let's see. 3, 2, 1. Oh, actually, it does look like there is an egret chip on. Oh, well, it's not marked egret on the board, but it is a Motorola microcontroller. But maybe it's the predecessor to the egret. Yeah, we're I mean, the good news is yes, it could have given us a chime, that's for sure. Hmm. Well, I'm not sure the video circuit drawing out a white screen is necessarily a resounding success. Does it need a battery? I don't think it does need a battery. I'm fairly sure the 2SI does not need a battery, but I guess in the interest of ruling easy stuff out, let me see if I can find a battery. I ordered some of the adapters from Jurassic Computing, but that order has not arrived yet. So I am going to have to try to remember where I have a. I don't think it does need one. Although maybe I'll try to jump start it. No. All right, let's check voltages. I'm fairly sure we are going to find that. Um, Oh, hold. I may have the wrong pins. Hold on. Okay, there's 5 volts. 0. 12. All right, so there's 12 volts. Oh, and I've got the probes backwards. All right, and 5 volts. Actually, you know what I could do? That'll help. Let me just... There. Common ground. 5 volts. That's a common. That's a common. 12 volts. All right, so we got 5 and 12 volts. That's good. We also have apparently triggered the power-up circuit correctly on the power supply adapter, so that's good. The CPU is lukewarm. The video chip is mildly warm. SCSI chip is even colder, but a little bit warm. All right, that chip... Okay, nothing's like burning hot. Let me pull the thermal camera out. Oh, that's interesting. All right, so there is a chip underneath the power supply that is running at 50 degrees C, so not hugely hot, but this row of chips here, I can see heat. You know, I'm not sure that the RAM... I'm not sure that the RAM under the power supply is... Because I can see a chip here, right under here with the thermal camera. I can see this row of chips here that you can see. But the one thing I do not see on the thermal camera, which at the angle I've got it on, I do not see the row of RAM chips right immediately under the power supply. However, if I do angle it just right, I can see the other 4. Or what I think is the other 4. So I think we might have a row of RAM chips that are... Alright, we may need to inspect the board. Alright. So I think I can conclude the ROM... There we go. Alright, so the adapter board works great. So that'll be nice when I get the parts to fully populate it. Now, of course, I have the problem of I don't have a way of powering this board up without covering the RAM chips to investigate, and Thomas is asking, does everyone have this problem with this model Mac? I don't know if everyone has this problem with this model Mac, but what I can tell you is that seemingly everyone that I have spoken with that has had a 2SI in modern history has had problems with it, because the capacitors are so notorious for leaking that you inevitably have damage. And I am wondering if I maybe shouldn't have put the fan back in, but Alan says, I've had 3 all cap issues. Yep. I can't say that I wasn't warned when I bought this. So the board has been recapped, and I'm pretty sure I ultrasonically cleaned it. But these chips here are rather crusty. Gutbomb says it's crummy for so many reasons. Film at 11. I have it on good authority. Gutbomb's working on a video about something. All right, the fan design. We'll add that to the crummy category. All right, I am tempted to try to pull out the schematic and read it. But I am wondering if one of these ALS 245 chips is bad. Or maybe a row of RAM chips isn't getting power. That might also cause problems. That might be easier to... Thomas Armstrong says, was that a plastic joke? It was a Macintosh II model priced for the masses. And that's my polite way of saying Apple spared all expenses. Capcom says, I have one sitting in my video to-do pile right now. Alan says, it's a good machine when it works. Hardware Hacker says, when it works, yes. Gutbomb says, it's really not. It was bad from the factory. I mean, I would like to point out there was a PowerBook model that might have been worse from the factory. Uh-oh. What was... Oh, it's a plastic tab. Hold on. I'm trying to get the fan out. I think you just have to simply press the fan shroud in the right place, and it should pull up. All All right. Well, let me see if I can figure out what pins the RAM, the voltage goes to the RAM on. Let's see, these are actually. Let me just face the music and pull up the Beaumark schematics. If you've ever seen the Beaumark schematics, you would know why I was not really wanting to pull them up, because they're really hard to read. Maybe if I printed them out and taped them together, they might be easier to read. They're drawn such that they're like 3 pages wide. All right, so I believe, if I am reading the schematic correctly, pin 10 should be 5 volts, and pin 16 and 20 should be ground. All right. Oh, the problem is, Hardware Hacker, they were scanned as letter-sized pages. So I would still have to tape them together even if I had a friend with a plotter. Sounds like a job for an image writer. Well, no one scanned them as their full-size, full-length page. They were scanned as like separate pages on letter paper, because I think Beaumark cut them apart and put them on letter paper so people could print them. All right. So let's see here. I will have 5 volts on. So I should have 5 volts on these 3 pins. That's weird. Oh, hold on. Maybe I looked at the. Oh, I looked at the. Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong. Never mind. 5 volts is on these 3 pins. There we go. All right. So pin 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe pins 5 and 6 are missing from this package. 7, 8. Wait a minute. How many pins are these packages? Hold on. Are they 20 or 24 pin packages? 20. Maybe the missing pins aren't counted. You know, it'd probably help if I could actually see a little better. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. So there should be 5 volts on pin 10. Yes. 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 All right, and then we should have ground. On pins 16 and 20. Or, is that right? Yes. Pin 20, yes. And 16, yes. 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 Okay. So those RAM chips are getting power. Now I'm curious about the 245s. We've had the where those 245s are on the schematic. Oh, there they are. So those are on the data line. So I am going to find that pin 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the ALS 245 are going to be connected to 1, 2, 18, 19, 1, 2, 18, 19. All right, so let's see here. UE5. All right, so this is going to be, I think, data bits 0 through 7. All right. Let me zoom the camera up a little so I can see all the pins on the chip. All right, so pins 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I already have problems with. Wow. I don't like the way that looks. That looks awful. That right there might warrant replacing the chip without. Okay, so those two look fine. Yeah, that looks green. Yeah, those two. So UE5 and UF5. So UE5 is data bits 0 through 7. UF5 is 8 through 15. And UE5 goes to UF7 and 6. Oh. And then the other one, okay, so that would have. Hold on. All right, and there's a resistor pack. RP3. Where's RP3? Thomas Armstrong says maybe flux and a reflow. I mean, I can try flux and a reflow. I'll almost be tempted to try this instead first. Oh. We don't have... Oh, there's no continuity. Hold on. Wow, the continuity between that part right there and the pad is not 0 ohms. There's no continuity there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure a reflow is going to fix that. I'll give it a try though. I really would like to get the board out of the case though first. I cannot get the fan out. Yeah, I'm thinking there might be bad chips because I had no continuity. I got one side of the... I thought I had one side of the fan. I must have this fan caught on the RF shield or something. Either that or I've just forgotten where you have to press it. I had it. I don't remember how much we had it working with the 2CI power supply. All I know is that the 2CI power supply covers like this part of the logic board, which made it incredibly hard to debug. And I thought we might have had a chime once, but that might have been another Mac. So this fan is like, I am afraid I am going to break plastic trying to get it out. It feels like it's caught on something. Hi Dave, welcome. For those of you that just joined, I'm struggling to get the fan out because I put the fan in so that I would have an indication if we had power. I might just have to go back to the old live stream and see how much we had. I can't remember if we got it to chime once and then it stopped or what. I really don't want to reflow it in the plastic case. But I also don't know what. You like pressed it in like somewhere like. I thought I was supposed to just pull straight up, honestly. This side is loose. I'm trying to press the sides and pull up. It will not budge. Where do you press the sides and pull up? I can't tell where you're supposed to press. I didn't have a UCI back in the day, so I don't know. I can't get it out. I don't know where you're supposed to press. I'm sure I'll go duh when I figure out where you press it, but all right. Place your thumbs under the fan and using some force pull up. Oh, so you're supposed to just pull up. Oh, that's even more annoying. Apple Service Manual says to pull up or push up. Place your thumbs under the fan and pull up. I'm going to accuse Apple of drawing someone removing the fan in a way that you can draw it, but you can't actually do it in real life. Yeah, it pops. Press from the underside. Trying not to break plastic. It will not budge. What does it clip on? And I broke the plastic. Great. Well, RIP one of the two clips that hold the fan in. You probably were subpar plastic anyways. Capcom says Spindler is cackling somewhere. Yeah, he probably got some sort of a bonus for making Macs cheap. Alright, I don't know what this is going to do. Well, did I restore continuity? Like 0.8 of an ohm there. I was expecting more, but well, maybe. Well, I am going to have to keep an eye out for solder balls like that one there, but All right. Well, maybe a reflow isn't the fool's errand I thought it would be. Although I think those pins need a little bit more love. All right. Well, I guess let's try. I'm just going to try these first two chips that were the crustiest. Probably add some loose solder to my soldering tip. Reflowing as nice as the last one. Add some. I smell fish reflowing these pins. Hey Jack, welcome. First one reflowed okay. That one reflowed poorly. I'm going to solder braid it and try it again. Let's see what happens. Yeah, Yeah, it's possible the green stuff got into the die. All right. Well, that actually looks like that might have cleaned up fairly well. In fact, I'm almost tempted to give this first one the same treatment of removing some solder and then giving it a oh, wait a minute. I see trouble in that soldered. Yeah, that is some sad solder, and that pin is bent there. I don't think the leg is attached anymore either, so I think this just became a... Well... Oh. Jack says, oh yeah, it's fine. Okay, so I think it just got bent. So I do know one thing. I will not be able to drag solder at least that pin. Alright, well that is better, other than that pin there. I don't really like how... Okay, I don't really like that green on that chip. There. Jack is asking, did I take this chip off? No, I did not. The request was to reflow it. But I'm thinking... Alright, let's reflow these two chips. I'm going to leave these other two alone because they don't look as bad. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to reflow the other sides of that chip. Of those first two chips. And then I'm going to test it. Is this... hardware hacker saying maybe replace might be necessary. Yeah. And Thomas Armstrong saying his AT stole his Brussels sprout. Why are you feeding your IBM AT a Brussels sprout? I'm pretty sure that the IBM manual stops at broccoli. Oh, your cat stole your Brussels sprout. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Jack's asking, does it suffer from a particular problem you're trying to fix? Yeah, no chime and white video. which tells me that it's possibly not seeing memory. Also, these chips were very crusty green on these pins, so can we not say that that's also a problem to fix? Thomas Armstrong says she ate it. Because Jack was asking, did your cat eat the Brussels sprout or just play with it? But yes, don't worry. No IBM ATs were harmed. And the cat's probably fine too, but I would check the carpet behind any furniture just in case. Have I found any trace damage on this board? Yes, there was a small amount of trace damage on this board. However, it was not anywhere near these chips. The trace damage actually, I don't know if it was trace damage now that I look at that. The potential trace damage was there. Oh, there we go. There was a, oh, okay. That's going to affect SCSI probably, so I will have to fix that at some point. But yeah, that's the only thing I've found so far that has risen to the level of trace damage. Is there is a component of some sort, and I will have to hope the 2S Capcom says trace damage on a 2SI. That's impossible. I'm going to have to figure out what that component should be because I don't know. In trying to verify the potential trace damage, I obliterated the component reference, so I don't know what that is supposed to be. I'm presuming it's probably like a ceramic cap or something, but I don't know. I will probably have to go with the process of elimination as figure out where that trace is going and where it might be on the Beaumark schematics and hope it's near the SCSI circuit. No, Jack, I have not checked for good clock signals and address line activity because that would require me to use my oscilloscope. To which I would have to tell you that at this particular moment, A, there is no room for it on my workbench, and B, I would have to fish out something that fell into it, luckily while it was turned off. Two things I was trying not to do tonight, because this is a Mac stream, not a Tektronic stream. If I do have to do oscilloscope probing on this board, then that's just going to be a separate stream. Well, I couldn't tell that they didn't look like they were heating up, but they have voltage, so I think I bought some ALS 245s for this board. The question is, where are they? Oh, thank you, Jack. Yes, lumber for a workbench that's deep enough to hold an oscilloscope in front of me where I can easily read it. Yes. Now, I just have to remember which Mauser order the parts are in, and that'll probably tell me where I put them. But I'm pretty sure that I ordered ALS 245s for this board. Even though I wasn't sure that was the problem, I was convinced enough that it could be the problem that I think I ordered them already. All right, so let's see. Oh, I guess maybe I should. Now that I removed the flux, let me inspect the chips. All right, so let's see here. That's the first one I reflowed. That's the second one I reflowed. And then on the other side, all right. Will the new workbench have a conductive surface for a top? No, it will not. That is also something else I am going to fix. Capcom's asking, have you ever zapped anything on your conductive workbench? Yes, I have. I'm trying to make sure this 2SI is not going to be another one of them. All right, so... All right. It is hanging off on this one end, but there is a gap because of the silicon mat, and I'm also going to put a piece of... There we go. I got something underneath the slot, so there we go. Should be fine. All right. I've got the ATX power supply is turned off. I do not have a speaker connected. All right, let's turn on. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Well, we have a blue screen now. Jack says, hopefully it was something and not someone. Yeah, we have a different color. Jack says that's just a different color of uninitialized memory. Capcom says, cyan screen of barely holding on to life. Thomas Armstrong says, not the blue screen. Hardware Hacker says, it thinks it's a Windows machine. That is telling me that it might actually be Blue screen with no error codes. All right, turning on the thermal camera. All right, the chip. I'm not sure what it is until I remove the power supply. Is not as warm as it was. The ALS 245s, I can see their die. Oh, well. I think I see the ROMs. Something. I think I see one of the ROMs. Yeah, there's the negative 5-volt regulator. There's one of the ROMs. There's another of the ROMs. That's the one of the ASICs. There's the row of 245s. Interestingly enough, the ones I reflowed look hotter. That chip there is not running as hot. I don't know what that is. There's the resistor packs on the back of the board. We're calibrating. Here's the SCSI chip. There's the RAM-based video. There's... Oh, that's that's going to be the RAM DAC for the video. All right, that's one of the sound chips. There's the processor. Oh, that's interesting. You know, I don't see any of the memory chips. I just looked at the SIMs. I don't see the SIMs on the thermal camera. All right. Okay. Thinking, processing, processing, processing. Harder Hacker says effectively no RAM. Yes, that is the conclusion I am coming to. I effectively have no RAM. All right, let me go find the schematic. All right, schematic time. All right, let's see here. I wonder if there's a chip enable. Let's see if I can find a chip enable. For the RAM. Or not the RAS CAS something that those signals might go through. All right, so there's the ROM. All right, so there's the RAM, and there's the RAM sim. So the 245s, I think, are only the data signals. Ah, there's some resistor packs on the board. RP2, RP3, RP6. Okay, where are the resistor packs? Because the signals aren't exactly marked coming off the ASIC. The VGT 8002-6215. But looking at the sims, there's a write enable going through the resistor pack. Here we go. RAS and CAS go through a resistor pack. And I suspect these are going to be similar. So yeah, let's see if we can find the resistor packs and check them. All right. Oh, here they are. They're on the bottom of the board. Here they are. Here's all the resistor packs. And actually, huh. All right. I think they are. Well, let's. All right. Looking at the way these resistor packs look, I'm not convinced the problem is on the bottom of the board, but I guess we can spot check a few. Let me turn off the mode because 222 ohm. Is that right? 22 ohms. 22 ohms. Yeah. Jack says maybe the CPU is never coming out of halt. Alright. I don't think the resistor packs are the answer to the question. Okay, this is the ASIC that the memory goes through, and I mean, there are a few pins here that look weird, maybe a few there, but oh, thank you, hardware hacker. Thank you. All right, part of a workbench. All right. Yes, it would be so nice to have something. Because, yeah, I'm going to build my workbench like 36 inches deep. That gives me 12 inches for stuff, 12 extra inches of stuff, which is probably deep enough for an oscilloscope. All right, let's see if I can figure out a way to tell if the processor is coming out of halt. Without an oscilloscope, because I literally have no room to put the oscilloscope on my bench at the moment. Also, the CPU pins are so close together, I will have trouble. Unless one of these points around the processor is a test point for the halt signal. All right, let's look at the schematic. Yeah, I've put up with these metal tables for too long, and they're only 24 inches deep. That's why I can't put my oscilloscope in front of me, because that would leave 12 inches. Yeah, it's not a lot of space. Capcom says, I'm telling you, those Zoe handheld multimeter oscilloscope combos are fantastic for this kind of thing. They also are not free. My oscilloscope was free because it got scrapped at work. So, yeah. That's why I don't have one of those. All right, let's look at the schematic. Let's make sure we don't have a trace break on the halt line, if I can figure out where it is. All right, where's the CPU? Let's see. The reset line is pin 64. And halt is pin 129. Both of those are active low. So halt pin 129 should be connected to R17, which is a pull-up resistor. All right. Let's see here. What's the chances that they put those important... Also, how many pins is this processor? It is a... Oh, it's 160 pins. No, that doesn't seem right. 51 to 83. Wait a minute. Oh, that's pins 18 to 50. 32, 64, 128. No, that can't be right. The schematic clearly says there's a pin 130. 131. Oh, is this one of those chips that has a different number of pins on? I'm trying to see if there's a via at pin 129, which is... Let's try to find pin 64. I cannot. All right. I cannot see pin 64. Maybe at one point I could have spotted that without magnification. All right. All right, so that's pin 51. Yeah, I'm going to look for pin 64 first. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. 59 is this one here. 60, 61, 62, 63. 64. Unfortunately, it's like the via is underneath the processor. Capcom says, I sold my old scope and multimeter and bought the Zoe and had money left over. Well, I mean, on the one hand, I would stop complaining about Tektronix scopes. On the other hand, not like I could sell it on eBay. All right, so I'm looking for 157. Yeah, I probably would forget to charge it, Sloopy. And welcome, Sloopy. Or 157. Actually, I can probably find that better without magnification. Well, that is like the other reason why I haven't bought one of those scopes. There is no video output on it. Like, none. Which makes it hard to share my screen, because it means I gotta show it on camera. processor is here. No. No, the processor is here. So I was thinking that R157, I mean, no, that is clearly 167. Maybe I overlooked it. Maybe it is on the side of the board. Now, wouldn't that be funny if that's the resistor that fell off? That would actually not be very funny. No, that resistor has got to be on the bottom side of the board. Just based on its number. Alright. Do not see that resistor. Thomas Armstrong says bottom right. I don't see it there. There's 156 right there. And there's 155. Oh, there it is, 157. Why in the world is the pull-up resistor for reset all the way here? Oh, that's... Oh, hold on. I hit the wrong button on my... Alright. Alright, it is a 1 kilo ohm resistor. Yeah, I guess it could be. Alright, so let me see if this via here that you can't see connects to one of the vias underneath the CPU. unfortunately, I don't know. Oh, hold on. Could be one of these vias here. Not totally sure. Wait, is that even? Oh, hold on. The via I'm looking at. Hold on. I'm looking at this pull-up resistor. And doesn't make any sense. I measured it. 1,000. Okay. Oh, apparently the beep mode of my multimeter is. Doesn't show a connection if it's a high resistance. All right. I'm trying to find the via. Which I'm presuming is either going to be 0 or 1,000 ohms. Oh, there we go. I think I just found the via. Yep. Okay. So I can confirm that there is that the pull-up is connected, I believe, to the reset line. Now, what I don't know yet is what the reset line is going to. I think there's a via over here somewhere. Let me look at the schematic. It's already been through the ultrasonic cleaner. Let me see if I can figure out where the reset line goes to. Maybe somewhere where I can use a voltmeter to see if it's 0 or 5 volts. All right. So it goes to pin 15 of the Motorola microcontroller. Pin 15. All right, I guess we'll well, I hope it's not one of the oscillators. Some of those are some really weird values. Like 57.2832 megahertz, 31.3344 megahertz. Come on, Apple. Do better. I do not have a logic probe. Hardware Hacker says, how illogical. All right, let me see. Okay, so pin 15 is going to be this first pin here. I'll try to use my voltmeter to... I don't think that... Okay, so maybe the voltmeter is not really going to work that well, but I don't know how else to... My oscilloscope is big. My workbench is full. I don't know. Thomas Armstrong says, YouTube really wants me to watch in 144p. Alright, so let's see if I can carefully see, are we in reset? Alright, I do not believe, does not look like we are in reset. Yeah, I need one of those 1980s microwave carts for my oscilloscope. Alright, so Oh, let me see here. Let me see what pin of the sim is voltage. Oh, I think it's pin 30. And pin 1. Oh, well, that makes it easy. Alright, yeah, I definitely have 5 volts going to the sims. Okay. That would have been too easy. Yep, fan's got 12 volts. I don't know. I'm I start like they use in data centers for my oscilloscope. Well, I'm kind of glad that I've found a power supply adapter that works with this computer. Now I can at least power it up. Hmm. All right. I'm looking at something and it looks really odd. Okay, so there is a green blob here on pin 1 of this chip. Oh, which just came right off. Okay. Second of all, oh, okay. Was it off the multimeter probe? Okay, that. All right, I still have flux under the chip. I'm gonna look up what this pin is. I don't think it. I don't think there's a hole there. I think it transferred from the leg to the side of the chip when I reflowed it. I don't think there's a hole there. All right, let me see what pin 1 of that chip is. Oh, pin 1 is the read-write signal. Huh. All right, I guess I can look. Okay, so I think if that's working, then oh, well, that read-write signal is staying high, which means, hold on, I'm looking at the schematic. Read is, I think, active high. All right, I wonder what drives that signal. Read write. Let me guess, that comes from the CPU. No, that's not. Oh, that is going to come from the CPU. Pin 117. Oh, and that happens to be R156, the pull up before reset. Yeah, all right. I can't get to pin 20 safely with the power supply mounted. Pin 20 is effectively, I think, underneath the power supply. I will try it, but I can't use magnification. Yeah, we've got 5 volts. 5 volts. 5 volts. And luckily there's some vias here. 5 volts. All right. I think they have 5 volts. Yeah, it's an ALS 245 tri-state. And yeah, I know it's getting late. Okay, I do see. So it looks like the Mac is trying to read. It looks like there is possibly data on some of these pins because I'm reading like intermediate voltages. But that could also be that yeah, this is where a logic probe would tell me if they're toggling or not. Yeah, it's an ALS 245A. I presume they have ground. It is getting late, and I am stumped for ideas, though. Well, ground is pin 10. That one's easy to check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have ground. All right, by all appearances, they have ground. They have... Yeah. Thomas, what I meant by read or write was not that the transceiver does the read or write. It's that the processor is requesting a read or a write. That's what I meant. So it looks like the processor is requesting a read because the read-write pin on the transceiver is high, which I believe is a read direction, meaning it would be trying to read from some memory. But yeah, I think we're to the point on the IIsi that, all right, the good thing is I've got a power adapter board that works, and I'll have the parts to finish it arriving tomorrow, and, well, I may, out of sheer excitement, just button the thing up off stream. Just so I have a power supply that will power this up. Because unfortunately, I found that this adapter, the style adapter, does not work with the IIsi, and I don't know why. That would probably also be a scope probing activity to try to figure out why the circuit does not work on a IIsi. It looks almost like the circuit in this other adapter board, except it's using a NOT gate instead of an NPN transistor. I don't know, maybe the IIsi is sensitive to drive levels or something. I don't know. Anyways, I know this board is nowhere closer to working than it was. I'm hoping that I don't fall for the trick of buying a second broken one in an attempt to make a working one. But somewhere I've got some ALS 245s, and I hope I ordered ALS 245As. I know one thing I can do. Let me check Mauser, like, really quickly. Because I probably would have ordered them from Mauser. I'll make sure I ordered the A ones. Alright. ALS 245. In stock. And No, looks like I did not order them. ALS 245A. All right. Is this an SSOP or an SOIC chip? I think this is an SSOP. The only way I'll know that, yeah, if I don't put these in a shopping cart, I'll forget to order them again. Because apparently, I thought I'd ordered them, but apparently I ordered something else for a different board. I'm not necessarily, I'll order them from someplace, but if I put them in the cart with Mauser, then I will remember to order them from somewhere at some point. Because if I do order from somewhere else, I always check to make sure there's nothing in my cart from Mauser that I need. But I need my... Where did I put my... I'm looking for my calipers. Oh, okay. I guess I will settle for a metric tape measure. Alright, so these chips are approximately 1 centimeter wide. I'm looking at the data sheet at the footprint dimensions. Well, I'm looking at the data sheet. I am trying to find the footprint dimensions page. Alright, so that is for dip. That is for some other... That's P-dip. SOIC. Alright, so an SOIC chip is 13 millimeters wide for the whole package by like 7.4 or 7.6. Yeah, that's honestly looking like... Well, that looks like that might be... Yeah, that does look like that's about the package size. Alright, I think it is SOSC. Because the other option is SSOP. Oh, yeah, the SSOP is definitely way too small, so this is SOIC. So SN74 ALS 245A DBR. SOIC. Here we go. SN74 ALS 245A. Yep, there we go. Okay, they're in my cart. Jack says, how many collective hours have we all spent measuring components and searching Mauser/DigiKey and verifying the datasheet to make sure it's listed accurately on Mouser. Well, no, I wasn't checking the datasheet to make sure it was accurately listed on Mouser. I was checking the datasheet because I did not remember if this was an SOIC or an SSOP package. Because one is correct and one is wrong. These are SOIC. I believe these ones are SSOP. The narrower ones. So, anyways, I added a couple of these to my cart. So, next time I order from some vendor, I will remember to order them. Anyways, all right. So, with that kind of concludes the stream. So, at least I got a solution to power up the IIsi. I wish I was able to repair the original power supply, but there are just so many problems with it that for now I will have to do with an adapter board. I wish that the logic board was easy, but I think I'm going to need to replace those chips and go from there. I will take another look at the schematic when I'm fresher brained and see if there are any other transceivers that could be preventing signals from getting to RAM chips that might cause them to not power up. And, yep. And anyways, don't be surprised if the next time you see this computer that this is put back together magically by means of me wanting to test my Amazon purchase and make sure it works. Yeah, Thomas Armstrong says those are 32 bits worth of 245. Well, I'm kind of... No, I mean... Yeah, well, I guess that I'll order 32 bits worth of those and we'll go from there. I'm not totally convinced that's the only problem with the board. But it's quite honestly the only one that I can conceive of with enough probability that I go ahead and just randomly order parts. So, anyways, hopefully tomorrow I'll get my Amazon order and I'll probably just put this together off stream just so I can test the parts I ordered from Amazon. Because it may be a little while before we get back to the IIsi. But anyways, Thursday, if I can get to the post office between tomorrow and Thursday stream, we'll look at the Atari. So, Thomas Armstrong says, I hope the mucks aren't in the ASIC. Well, if the ASIC's dead on this board, then I'll be buying another IIsi or another logic board for another attempt. Jack says, oh no, is a package being held hostage at the post office? Yes, it is. It was sent registered mail. So it is being held hostage until I go sign for it. Well, the sender sent it registered mail. I guess that's probably what they meant by tracked mail. So, yeah, shame on me for wanting a tracking number so I'd know where it was. So, anyways, I think with that, I think this is where I should draw the stream to a close. So, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications if you'd like to know when I go live next. Thursday, hopefully we'll be looking at the Atari. Because, yeah, I know what package it is because it's the only one that I was expecting that's coming registered mail that's made it to the US at this point. So, yeah. Well, now, of course, I'm assuming what's in the package. If it's not for the Atari, then we won't be streaming on the Atari on Thursday, because I think I've determined the original power supply that was in the Atari it's either going into short circuit or over voltage protection mode. So I looked at that on Dave's stream after installing a comically huge resistor because I ordered a power resistor for something that should have been like a 1/4 or 1/2 watt resistor. So that was bad on me, but there's no reason why the power resistor won't work in that place. It's just ridiculously oversized. But I don't know why I want a magic sack for the Atari. I'm not an Atari person. Thomas says that's a rare power supply for an Atari. Why is it rare? Is it because that's just a rare model, or is it rare that they actually fail? Because I think the power supply I have in that Atari has failed. Like, catastrophically. Because I can't find what's shorted, unless it's the transformer. I have some rare model. Well, I'm having trouble figuring out what's shorted, unless it's the transformer. I don't have a multimeter that is sensitive enough to read the resistance of the winding in a coil to see if there is a small resistance. It only reads 0. I asked a coworker that's an EE, and he said that, well, unless you have a special multimeter, it's probably going to read 0 for the windings of a coil. You need a special one that can read small resistances to be able to measure that. So I'm going to go for the plan B, which is buy another power supply, and I think that's what the postman tried to deliver today and had to ring the doorbell because it was a registered package. Dave says, at least you did not smoke your 2SI power supply like Garth did on Sunday. Well, my 2SI's power supply is very sad and corroded, and I just dropped something from it. Oh, it's probably the... Oh, I probably dropped the zip tie. But anyways, I think I'm going to be waiting for Kai and Colin to finish their reproduction boards for the 2SI power supply before I attempt to do any more work on it. I hope they don't mind that I name dropped. Although I don't think it's quite a mystery. Jack says there was definitely a hole in that MOSFET. Which MOSFET? Oh, that must have been the one Garth was working on. Anyways, I would like to eventually repair this power supply. And, anyways, yes, I think they mentioned it somewhere. I was thinking about it. But anyways, well, if they didn't, well, at least you know who to stay tuned to if you were watching my stream. Anyways, the latest status of that project is they're still working to make sure everything's working fine. So they're in the debugging stage. So, anyways, Hardware Hacker says all 128K of it. So anyways, once those boards are available, I will order a set, hopefully with the daughterboard with the components repopulated, because the daughterboard I have is quite crusty, and in fact, I might have lost it, which is probably not a big loss. It's a hot mess. Anyways, and then I would like to try to transfer these components over to the new boards, put a new daughterboard on it, install new caps when I transfer parts, and then see if that doesn't fix this power supply. Because I would like to restore it, or at least repair it. Yeah, there's an annoying amount of birdseed on the daughterboard. I also would like to make a different power supply board to go in here that's not a reproduction, but is a that maybe makes a few improvements on this design to make it better, i.e. parts you can get from a electronics supplier and not have to randomly hope Amazon has the cheapo parts in stock. But anyways, but at least I guess for now, I'm glad that there is an option, and I'm hoping that someday there will be multiple options so that not just one person has a monopoly on the IIsi power supply replacement game. That maybe there's multiple options. One for you if you just simply need to replace the daughterboard. And then maybe another one if your power supply really is so borked that it's not even a candidate for transferring parts. But anyways, yeah, folks are reminding me it's time to roll that famous animation because, oh yeah, it's getting late. Anyways, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe and turn on notifications if you'd like to know when I go live next. Hopefully we'll be looking at the Atari on Thursday. That would be the 1040 ST. And with that, I am going to wish everyone a great rest of your day. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.